All right, well, let's get started. Welcome, everybody. How is everyone doing today? My name is Brian Andrelczyk. I'm a real-life theme park designer who likes to build an RCT and architect and all those sorts of things. So we build and teach how to build realism in the game and just hang out. So welcome. Thanks for coming around today. A lot of you already here. Like, holy cow, I've seen so many people. Yeah, so the cam is back. We're gonna stick with it now because people seem to like it well enough. So I'm gonna be down here in the corner, hanging out. So there we are. But yeah, welcome to literally everybody who's commented so far. Like a lot of people hanging out. So welcome. Thanks for stopping by. It's been a while since we've had like a normal Sunday stream. I mean, it's not totally normal because I'm 15 minutes late, but okay. It'll be fine. So we are ready to go. I am not being healthy today because I am have a drink the size of my face that we're gonna take care of. It's a soda, so okay. Lunch was healthy, but anyway. So we are back on to our park, and we need to figure out what we're gonna do with this today. It's been kind of dragging around for a little while. We spent last stream doing pretty much nothing. We did build out this little kind of eatery area here, and then we did some of this landscaping around the fortress, which I actually think turned out pretty okay as far as all that goes. But I guess if this is your first time here hanging out with us, this is a park build that we've been working on for a little while, probably more than a little while. Hey, Canava, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. How's your evening going? But if this is your first time hanging out with us looking at this park, so we've been building this park for, oh boy, a couple months now, maybe 3 months, maybe more. And we're working on just trying to get all of this thing built. So the idea is this is sort of an American Revolution era park. So we're kind of theming different areas to kind of colonial times. So our entrance is going to be Philadelphia. Our kind of center space here, which we've been working on, struggling for a long time, holy cow, is Boston, Boston Harbor. Over here we have our Salem, kind of sort of spooky area, not really. Then there's Roanoke Village. There's a kids area here. There's going to be some kind of a Native American thing here. We'll have St. Louis, Gateway to the West. Cross the river out here to like Western Exposition, and then some kind of like fur traders, trappers, whatever. But we're working kind of from the center outwards because we don't want to get ourselves stuck somewhere. And yeah, Fred, I totally agree with you. It needs a second wooden coaster. Like I really didn't. I had a plan initially because the park is kind of sort of based off of Holiday World, at least initially. That's what this wooden coaster here is for. This is based off of Raven, more or less. And also sort of Legend, I guess. But Holiday World's a great park, and they've got 3 excellent wooden coasters. So initially I was going to try and do some variety, but I think a wooden coaster may be suited for this space, and maybe in the Roanoke area here. That seems to me that would fit kind of if we have wooden coaster towards the front and then other wooden coaster towards the front. You figure a lot of these parks kind of build outwards, and some of this stuff back here will be some of the later stuff. Like I kind of look at this fur traders and then this Native American area as maybe 2 of the more recent areas. I already know I want this one to be a Vekoma Flyer, like an old Vekoma Flyer. And then this one, this Fur Traders, whatever, is going to be the more recent one, and that's going to have something. It could be maybe a modern Vekoma launch coaster or something. I think it maybe wants to be a launch, and it wants to be like I don't want any B&Ms in this park. I don't think I want any Intamins except for maybe the bobsled. Might be a Gerstlauer, perhaps. I don't know. Still trying to sort that one out, but this is sort of a mid-level theming park, although we are kind of going pretty heavy on on theming here. So one of the things before we get into the covered bridge is kind of where I want to start, that I've been trying to, I feel like I've been struggling with for a while, is I really don't like this gray cobblestone paving, and it fits the best, I think, for what we have going here, but I kind of just don't like it. I kind of want to go with this dark brick. Like, we establish it over here, and I think it looks really classy with some of the different areas. And it's not necessarily realistic, but we might have to kind of take our theme park hat on and just spend suspension of disbelief for a little bit and say, okay, well, maybe Colonial Boston did have more brick streets or something. But I feel like it could look really good against a lot of what we have here already. I kind of want to do just a test here, just in this space, just to see what it might look like. But arrow style corkscrew, that could be nice. Could be nice too, as even one of the later ones we could do, like Tennessee Tornado style newer age arrow could be all right. And yeah, you could do some quarter pieces to break up the gray, because we kind of did it reverse over here in Salem, where we had the pathway, and then we kind of broke up the cobblestone on this side. We were kind of doing the reverse over here, but I kind of think that, and maybe this is only like part of the main street, and then we get off to more of the kind of just standard asphalt elsewhere. Gosh, I really like that. I'm a misconception, not actually shit, but it is a good. It is a good story way, but it is fun. Kind of like that though. Oh man, I do. What do you guys think? Out of curiosity, are you feeling brick or are you feeling cobble? There we go. And hey, the one and only, welcome, welcome. Yeah, just I don't know, the kind of darkness looks really good, I think, and then you can makes the buildings stand out when they're a little brighter. It just makes everything work really well. So we do have our fancy restaurant here, which we'll need to figure out a name for that at some point and figure out what we want to do there. What I can do, and what we can say maybe, is perhaps take this, and the brick only goes to here, and then maybe we take over with the asphalt or take over with dirt or something like that, just to give us a nice look. Yeah, I thought about the dirt. The challenge we run into is kind of, again, theme parkifying it and saying, okay, is it actually dirt? Probably not. But what is? How do we want to go about it? The themed concrete does not look great in RCT. Is one of the biggest challenges. We actually eventually, I hope somebody can do some good paving reworks, because it needs it in the game, um, to help. Now we could always go wood. Um, because I kind of look at this as like we have sort of the docks. Let me back up. In the Boston area here, I see us as having sort of three separate kind of spaces. There's sort of the main kind of walkway thoroughfare. There's the docks, the harbor side, and then there's kind of the back area. So I kind of think maybe the brick ought to carry through sort of the main walkway space. Then perhaps it's the wood slash whatever this kind of black stuff is, um, here, and then we do something else for the other one, and then we can always do transitional pieces and stuff like that. So that way, I keep it covered around our whole space. Still wants to be some kind of a statue of some kind here. type bit. It may actually want to sit on, mark this out. I want to sit here. It feels like a little bit better spot. And if it's slightly smaller than that too, it'll still have our piece. We just want to make sure we have enough space to work with. Let's see what it looks like over here. All right, brick goes that way. The one sort of annoying thing in the fact that we're building on an L is typically when I build things with have kind of a directionality to it like this, I like to do what we did here with the wood, where you go in the short length. So you're kind of walking across the boards rather than with the boards. But needing to keep consistent, kind of hanging through the whole thing, we really want to keep it in a certain direction there. So we'll just leave it at that. I think this might go back to wood. Let's think through that in a little bit. Anyway, let's build a bridge, because that could be a better way to get us started here. Okay, so last time we gave ourselves an incline and a decline here. We put this on a half tile here. So we've got, what do we have? 5, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles and covered bridges. So let's go to the internet. Good, the camera came over. I copied that. Fantasia Special, the unique one. A weird, really kind of odd, ugly paint job, but the only Aero coaster that has a triple cork. Since been surpassed or done in China as well, but this went for a very long time with the only triple cork in the world. Great looking ride though. Hope to get the chance to ride it here in September. Yeah, I think it is. Don't you guys if I'm thinking of the right thing, but yeah. Used to have a more normal color scheme. I like the reverse inversion order. I feel like that's one of those things that you can really set your rides apart if you're trying to build realism but want it to be somewhat different. You get a drop, no inversion or anything right after the drop. You have a nice corner, and you have 3 corks in a row, another corner, and then 2 loops. So you're kind of flipping the usual inversion order on its head. So kind of neat. Loops are pretty small too, here towards the end, but very cool. Color scheme, I'm not sure I'm sold on, but each their own. They must have gotten a discount on a lot of colors of paint. Anyway, so I searched around for covered bridges around Boston, and then just kind of brought in the New England aspect in general. And there's some really nice ones here. So let's see why are the catwalks on top? Asia mostly. So a lot of Asia parks like to have access to all of the track for both inspections and for areas where it's more earthquake prone from an evac standpoint. So you'll see most Asian coasters have catwalks all the way around. Okay. So I thought this was kind of neat. So one of the interior structures of a lot of these has these great like arches, wood bent arches, and it would be kind of neat to bring in there. I think we could do it with the single rail track, but I don't know if it's going to be worth it because I'm not sure. You'd probably see it with, because I kind of want to do this like X lattice work, but I guess I don't know how much you would see it. We can look at it though. This one must have a center beam somewhere because it springs from the center point of the bridge. It's nice, some of the windows. One's narrow but nice. Okay. Well, let's look at this one. Let's go back. If we did do the the frustrating thing with it is if we did do this archway kind of thing, we'd have to build this thing off centered, and we've spent the last couple of times aligning this with the two across because we would basically build the archway coming up across like this, but we don't want it to be three across, which is what it would be, is two half and half. You would basically build it as half, half, and then one single center one. Which I don't love the idea of this enough to want to do that. So we'll just we did go ahead and put the visible path over this already. My headless horseman character would be kind of nice to have on here. Okay, so we need a foundation of some kind on either side. Typically that's going to be like a rock foundation. And I guess we've been using kind of this rock for everything, so I'll just yeah, thanks, Fred. I was struggling what to do with the front of the building because it was just so tall, but then the idea of the restaurant with a little seating area and everything, I thought that would work pretty well. I do still want to come back and add on just some lights and stuff. So let's here we go. These little Frontierland lanterns, you can barely see them, but I just feel like they add a nice little touch of something. There, we can put a second one on the corner here and give it a nice little, give it something. Alright, so first trouble with this is we are going to run into the glitching. And this is going to happen even with what the typical fare is in Boston of that era. Nowadays it'd be Dunkin' Donuts. Hmm. So sort out what this comes, and maybe it's what are the other pieces? Get a bunch more of these brick pieces. Always build out from what I'd even glitch. Got it either. Just the one? Even just. And I think that's because this has two. Song paths have two clearances. This one only has one, so I bet if we replace this, yeah, less obvious. Hmm. Alright, well, let's worry about foundation later then. Okay. Kind of a wood piece here. Kind of like the idea of the standard wood fence we used. Here. Doesn't have a dimensionality, but we can always give it one. Seems like we want to make this maybe red. Let's see how this shapes up. A section. Probably want this to hang down just structural standard, but maybe not. Both into and out of things. Trying to figure out now which side I want the details to be on, because I want to be able to do some kind of a thickness on the inside, but no. Start on the outside. Good call. Okay, so we can do 2, 2, and 2. I think it's going to look better than 1s. Fix those here in a minute. The thing I'm worried about is this coming across as too large. We don't have many big buildings so far. So from a roof standpoint, it can be either wood or shingle. Correct. We've been using the Spanish tile here. Would there this kind of roof? Oh, all steep stuff. Do I go half across. Let's see what. I think the light looks a little nicer. Definitely a big roof. And the question would be, if we did the other ones, we could just do like a little overhang. Is that going to be enough? Because a lot of these have some pretty large overhangs, but all of them do. We did the and yeah. Takes up less room on the whole and looks better. Yeah, yeah, covered bridge. A very New England thing. Okay. We can make that go forward. Shocking. That's annoying. If we paint it red as well, goes away slightly more, but not completely. Let's go posts here. I want to make sure we give it a thickness. Yeah, I think I'll have to put some trim on there. Ideally, would have used this wooden wall piece, but we just didn't have that in flats. I think you're right. But I don't use this stuff enough. Planted walls. No. See how much of taking peeks at my references. A lot of these have like new paint, nice painted trim on the outline. A lot of them also have overhangs, which this one does not have. Hmm. The question is, do we want to do a nice overhang on the thing? Like a lot of these actual ones. Well, this one doesn't. Back at my pictures real quick here. Okay, some of them do, some of them don't. So we're just gonna not. All right, that work okay. Frames it relatively nicely. I don't actually know if I like the vertical pieces. Question: leaving station slash track on path, does that cause problems with peeps? Usually doesn't, but sometimes with the open RCT mechanic of how the peeps stop for the train when it crosses, sometimes that will be a thing. I try and avoid it if I can. Um, like if I have a station here and I have a string in the back that's going to go across this path, I'll try and raise it up if I can, or like bank it or something just to make sure it's less of an issue. But it should be fine. Um, you should be okay. Ooh, excuse me. So, since you have to extend your station, it doesn't have to be straight behind your station too. You can raise it up and spiral it up into the air, or make it go underground or whatever. Um, so you have some options there if you want. You don't necessarily have to do that. All right, so I kind of like the black roof on this one. I know we're getting into a lot of black roof on this whole space, but we'll work on that. But I kind of like the idea of this. Also because it gives us a narrower bridge or a narrower roof, so it makes the bridge seem longer than it actually is, and then it also gives us the ability to see the windows a little better. Which one are you hacking, Fred? Okay. And the other thing is too, you don't have to do like a big like big super dramatic spiral. If it's on the path, just to make sure it's off, you can go by a half tile. You can just go like up one and then flat and then just go straight across. That may be that's usually what I try and do, is just as long as it's not on the exact same plane as your pathway, you're generally all right. So um, options anyway. All right, so we got those here. Let's get ourselves the slanted fence, and then we can start to do something with these windows, because we need to give the windows a thickness. And yeah, I see. So honestly, Fred, just looking at your screen here, you can just go one shallow up, then flat again, then run it straight wherever it needs to go. I mean, if this one works for you there's no reason why you can't just keep it like that too. But you have options, kind of regardless. All right, this trim on there, I do like how that cleans up the trim. So thank you for that suggestion. It doesn't read too bad on this, but I don't know. What do you guys think? For me, um, for me the cleanliness of the facade here looks better than the verticals here. Kind of looks funky at the point. Um, yeah. So for everywhere that I have stairs, I always try and put a railing. Just realistic detail and stuff like that. I have a hard time with it. Let's. It's funny when it first came out. For one, I couldn't even use the super zoom that OpenRCT offers, and then I was like, well, who would want to do that? Because nobody. You want to build how you're gonna see it, and now when I zoom out to like natural RCT zoom level, I kind of look at this and go, man, who could ever build it this at this depth? Like it all seems so far away. And maybe that's just that in the 20-something years I've been playing this, my eyes have gotten worse. But it's so far away. All right. Okay, we have some consensus then. Fred, Mark both say no polls, so we're gonna go no polls. All right, now comes the other detail here. I don't want it to be red because that would be too much red, I think. Now the reason why we put the stuff on the outside is that we can get that ledge in there, and now we have a nice little ledge. And I want to try and get even more. Here we can do. So I read up on that as to why, because I mean, for me, growing up in I grew up in Amish country, Pennsylvania, so it was not uncommon to see the horse and buggies on the main road, and Amish folks, whatever. But the covered bridges were done largely from a maintenance purpose in the heavy winters in the Northeast. So you cover a bridge and you're going to get a lot more life out of those wood planks than you will if you don't cover the bridge. So a lot of those early bridges were covered to extend the lifespan of them and um, keep the harsh winters from becoming a thing, and then also just the um, making sure that you don't freeze over quite as much. All right, select. There we go. House is a porch. It's interesting because like our house has a porch. Um, here, like I wonder. I guess it's not like right up against the not like right up against the sidewalk or anything like that, but it's just I guess a thing. I mean, I don't have any chairs or anything out there. We've never sat on the porch, but I guess I don't see why we couldn't. Oh, why is it not lining up? There we go. And this. Yeah, cover bridges mostly in New England. You really don't see them a whole lot of other places. Um, I lived in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, so there was a number of them kind of in that area there because it was very kind of colonial America history there. But outside of there, plenty go one side of the bridge. It's true. I should have, although I haven't actually messed with uh, Scenery Manager yet, the new one. I've got it, I think. Yeah, so I've got fancy new Scenery Manager. I just haven't messed with it. And before, I never really messed with the old one either because I didn't know how to route. It either glitched for me or I just never really built with the thing in mind. Okay, but I'm actually kind of liking how a lot of that turned out. Um, feels feels pretty good to me. Let's so Scenery Manager is a plugin, so you can download it from the GitHub page. If you Google OpenRCT Sadret, Sadret, then he's the designer for it, or builder, coder, whatever you want to call. And it's very nice. A lot of cool features. Yes, I do need supports underneath. We just got to figure out what we're going to do with it. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to neatly end this. Do I just do one of these? Do one. Oh. Because it goes down and stops here, but it doesn't cover the overhang, and part of me that just doesn't really like that. Well, I do need to get somebody to help me with objects at some point. Liam had done some wooden coaster footers a while back, and I actually really like him, and it's a good idea. I just want the footer to be a little bit smaller. Like the footer is sort of cartoonishly big. Need to get that adjusted. Maybe that's a thing for Extreme. We haven't had enough of these streams lately. Extreme's probably getting tired of not having suggestions thrown at him every couple of days. what to put here. Maybe it's just... Yeah, it's set down just slightly more. Do probably want a ridge just for the sake of the detail. It's stuff like this where you can barely tell, but when you zoom out, I think you can definitely get a clear sense of that there's something kind of horizontal up on top. Helps with the directionality of everything. The question is, do we put one here or not? I think we do. Alright, so foundation, though, is necessary. Figure out what that's going to look like, how we're going to do it. The one option, so we don't get the glitching, is to just lower this down and do a big foundation here. The problem that I have with this is that it doesn't make sense because you're not going to be putting bearing over top of the window like, or underneath of the window like this. So ideally, it only sits on the corner here. Challenge with that is get the glitching. That. We can certainly look on the outside and do this glitching, but then as soon as we're inside, that ugly look there. I think more than the issue being with the foundations, it's the issue really lies with the wood plank pathway. I'd really love to be able to just roll with it like this. I can get it up to where only one of them goes through. And what I might be able to do is get kind of a zero clearance piece of here or something. Do this and cover it. I don't know. That doesn't look awful. I mean, it doesn't really explain a reason why. I guess it is the foundation, so it could be bearing off of that. I don't hate it. And it's a solution to our issue. Alright. I'll take it. Ooh, alright. What kind of coffee do you have? Yeah, it's yeah, it's not so much the bricks as it is the wood piece, because the wood piece has this double height clearance. So it no matter what I put under there, it sticks through. If I had the ones that are single height, it would be a lot easier to deal with, but it's not. So I gotta kind of fudge around with it right now, but we'll fix that. There you go. Coffee was something I'd never been able to get into. Like, it's my wife's the same way. I don't just can't drink it. Never, for whatever reason, it's never been a thing to keep me going. even when I was in architecture school, when I was working super late hours and everything else, is just could never get myself to get into it. Guy? But I do like mochas and things like that when you cram enough cream and sugar into it where it tastes like something else, which I guess kind of, I guess not defeats the purpose, but it certainly doesn't help things. See, I don't mind tea though. Granted, though, I will prefer. I'm gonna say this and it'll probably be sacrilegious, but I prefer sweet tea to hot tea. That's also because I'm American. Funny is immediately when I said that, my friend from London messaged me. I was just like, you heard its wrath. And it is very different because sweet tea is a very regional thing in the U.S. because when you're in the north, so the north being defined here as like middle Virginia up, kind of, I mean, Mason-Dixon line is Maryland to Pennsylvania up, um, but it's sweetened tea there with an ed, sweetened, and you either get sweetened tea or unsweetened tea, and so those are your two options, and then you get packs of sugar and things like that. When you come down here into the south, it's sweet tea or unsweet tea, and sweet tea is generally your standard. So it's very sweet. It is multiple cups of sugar. And the thing is, as you go further south, the sugar content gets higher. So sweet tea in the Virginia D.C. area, as you say, where I play, is the sweet, but it's not like Georgia sweet. Like Georgia sweet tea is like you can stand the spoon up in there when you mix it around. It's a lot. It's definitely a lot to be said there. Um, it's it is absolutely just as bad for you as any soda would be, and it has probably a higher sugar content, I would argue. Also amazing, but it's a good time. But yeah, very very good sweet tea, just in general. I'm not a huge fan of unsweet tea, and I gave green tea a chance in Asia, and I can drink it. It's okay, but largely it tastes like grass. Maybe I shouldn't put this much greenery underneath the tree or underneath the place, because what I don't want to do is stick too much down here where essentially where the sun isn't going to get. So where the sun don't shine, I suppose, and kill everything. So we'll just do some kind of darker, hardier stuff. When you come, when you come visit, because you should come visit at some point, we'll get you some proper sweet tea. Or if I think about it, I'll bring a bottle from. I'll bring a bottle when I come over in June, and get get the big cans of the Arizona tea from the gas station. That's different kind of sweet tea. That's more your processed stuff, but um, oh, there's all sorts of things. I do like a good drink of any kind, really. Yeah, it's amazing those Arizona teas. They come in the tall boy cans, and they're still like 79 cents or whatever. Of course, then I also have. I don't know how much is this. This says XL. See how many ounces it is? It's a lot of ounces. It's it's cherry coke, and then I added like multiple pumps of vanilla flavoring to it. So when yeah, just in the UK, fortunately. Belgium, Netherlands, maybe next year. We'll see. No promises yet, but that's in my head anyway. So yeah, when Jen and I got married, We didn't do booze at our wedding. We weren't huge booze alcohol drinkers in general, and I honestly just didn't want to pay for it. So we ended up doing a soda bar for our wedding. So we ended up with um, the basically sweet tea on sweet tea, and a variety of sodas, and there was like 12 different syrups, um, like for just flavored syrups. So like we had vanilla, strawberry, raspberry, lime, lemon, cherry, whatever, and then you could put that into your drink and make whatever kind of unique drink flavoring that you wanted. And it was pretty great. And as it turns out, we still have pretty much all of those flavorings because they come in pretty big containers. And they're set up in our kitchen right now, and uh, it's very nice for flavoring drinks and also making them worse for you as far as health goes. See, my problem with Belgian fries though is I don't like mayonnaise, so keep the mayonnaise away from my fries. What's the mitralate? Mitralate? Tell me what that is. I'm interested. Salad cream, so British. I will say I do like ranch dressing on fries. But then again, I can put ranch dressing on everything, which is, again, part of the problem that I don't fit into things. Alright, let's see what we need to. We need to support this somehow. Actually, you probably don't need to report. Is it the same thing? I thought it was slightly different, the salad cream versus ranch deal. French baguette with a hamburger, fries. You know. Oh man, I would eat the shit out of that. That sounds awesome. Like hamburger with fries on it already. Like any sandwich with fries on it is that's a good win right there. You gotta deep fry something. America, the land of deep fried everything. I had deep fried Kool-Aid at a fair once. That was unique. Turns out that basically they just balled up like the Kool-Aid powder and just like chucked it into the fryer. And so basically you had these like kind of little fried balls of just straight Kool-Aid powder. And oh my god, it was so sweet, but it was actually pretty good. Every year the Florida State Fair has fried butter, and I have not been able to bring myself to have it yet. Just because just there's a limit there, and that just I don't know. That's too American. What are these? Go blocks middle right. Railings. There's like a half height or a half whatever railing. Yeah, today is not exactly a healthy day so far, but chances are we'll come back from whenever we take our break with a glass of rum. Well, I'm disappointed. We got a new rum yesterday, and it's not very good. Need to see what. Yeah, I'm open to trying it. I don't know. I think I can do with mayo in some things, but like I don't like my sandwiches with it because it just I don't know. It tastes kind of overpowers things. But then again, I've never really liked a lot of condiments and dressings on like a sandwich. I prefer it pretty much dry. All right, sour cream is widely used in the UK in ways that ranch dressing is in the US, but the flavors are nothing alike. Your ranch dressing like consistency and a hint of mustard gives an extra color and flavor. They're compatible to mayonnaise or Miracle Whip, but the surface is more interesting. All right, yeah, I'll give it a try. I do like seeing the different varieties. So one of the things that my wife and I do when we travel is every country we go to, we always go to a McDonald's once on our trip. But just to see what the kind of local specials are or whatever else. And some of them are kind of boring, like Swiss McDonald's in Switzerland was not, there really wasn't anything to write home about. But German McDonald's, German McDonald's is great. That's probably my favorite McDonald's. Belgian McDonald's is pretty good. That was not too bad. Spanish McDonald's is okay. French was all right. Um, oh yeah, no, the portion size is definitely always a little bit bad. Um, Liechtenstein McDonald's is all right. Vans was different. Germany was still the best one. They had the most unique stuff, and they also had Pimpin' Dinen Burger, which I thought was just funny. Oh come on! You don't get a craving for McDonald's every once in a while. Like I fully understand that it is not great food, but there are times when I really feel like a McDonald's burger because it's all right. I'm fully aware that you can get a better burger elsewhere, but McDonald's has the best fries in the fast food industry, except for maybe Five Guys, although they don't really consider that fast food because they don't have a drive-through. But Chicken Legend. I don't think we have a Chicken Legend here. I'm sure we have something that's analogous to it, but I'm open. What's on it? See if we can find a. Let's. Something like here. Here we just did fillers. Rocket. Interesting. So my favorite McDonald's story that my wife always likes to tell is when we were in France, we were um, driving around to we were in Orleans and we were trying to find our hotel for the night, and a bunch of the roads were closed in the city center, and to get to our hotel we ended up having to go down this like really narrow alley, and it wasn't signed at all, and unfortunately Google Maps was kept telling us to go down the road that was closed. There wasn't any way to tell the GPS that the road was closed. And I was getting frustrated, more frustrated, more frustrated. It ended up taking us like an hour and a half to find our hotel from like driving around the city, and I was just like livid at the time. I don't get mad very often. Like I don't get mad. And I was dropping F bombs and just really just having a lousy time. We finally got there, finally parked, and by that time it was nighttime and there wasn't a whole lot open. So Jen was like, "We're just gonna go to McDonald's. That's fine." So we went down to McDonald's, and I was just wanted whatever. So I ended up getting the chicken party pack, which was like this chicken box that had like 20 nuggets and like some fries and some other stuff, and it was like this box is it was advertised like this box is like for a party. So I don't know, two people, three people, whatever it was intended for. But I ate the whole damn thing myself, and it was great. It was fantastic. But definitely calmed me down at the very least. But yeah, I was pretty pissed at that point. It was just I needed a minute. I needed anything at that point. Um, to the comments, Chick-fil-A is fantastic. Um, name the park America Freedom Point. All right. We'll have a working title because I don't think we have one right now. Oh, we have Old American Adventure. So until somebody else renames it, we'll call it that. But yeah, Chick-fil-A is great. It's fantastic. Taco Bell is not great, although the Doritos taco is pretty good. It's got like the nacho cheese Dorito shell as the taco shell, and then it's just lousy inside. Um, the Wendy's is I'm mad at Wendy's because they ruined the fries. Like their fries were really good, and I really enjoyed their fries, but then they were like they had a new thing, and they're like, we're guaranteeing the fries are hot and crispy all the time. And I'm like, there was no problem before. I like soft fries. Like I don't know. I Fred, I tell people that I have a friend, you, who goes to who loves Fridays at Applebee's as just a thing because it is those are like the most generic of generic places here, and generally everybody's like, the food's not great. We'll say there's a TGI Fridays across from the park, and they have an amazing Cobb salad. Very good Cobb salad. So I can definitely go for that. Um, and Applebee's is fine. I mean, the thing is that all the stuff that they have there is always just generally fine and it's pretty decent. But I feel like I feel like I can get something, each of those things better somewhere else. In a lot of cases, it's just trying to get, you know, trying to get more unique things or whatever else, and it's you can find a Fridays in every town or whatever. But I don't know. No, I see nothing wrong with liking DGI Fridays. I think that's fine. I've actually never been to a Hooters, and I really have no desire to go to one because if I wanted, mediocre chicken wings, I'm sure I can go somewhere else. And I really just, I don't know. Tilted Killed is pretty good. It's that's not bad. Uh, Slightly better Fridays or Hooters. I don't know, but the concept of Hooters just doesn't really. I don't know. It's down a tangent I probably don't need to talk about. Uh, this a brown, a darker brown. Yeah, that matches a little better. Let's see if I get rid of that one. That should stop showing through. Hope that was not the one. So we're. Must be the banana milkshake is a UK exclusive. I do not believe we have a banana milkshake. Yeah, Fred, I agree with you. I know In and Out is one of those things that Californians will murder you if you tell them it's bad, but it's okay. I don't know. It's fine, and the secret menu stuff just it's not things that I like. Um, but um, did you do Whataburger? Were you in any of the areas? Do you go to Texas? Because Whataburger is mostly in Texas, but Whataburger is awesome. That's a much better when you compare the two between In and Out and Whataburger. Whataburger wins for me. Banana milkshake is interesting. I just don't tend to like banana flavored things. Like I can do it. It's just not really something I wake up thinking, man, I could go for a banana, whatever. Yeah, I'll go with um, Five Guys is good, although I don't know if it's as good as Whataburger. It is a little expensive, but oh, I like Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel is one of those that when I go, I am bringing down the median age compared to Cracker Barrel, or considering that it's generally just a lot of old people. But I very much enjoy Cracker Barrel. Yeah, Five Guys is a good time. Five Guys is a very good time. IHOP's fine. IHOP is one of those places, kind of like a Denny's, where you go to it at like 3 in the morning when there's nothing else open. Um, they're open 24 hours, but yeah, I feel like as a European, the shops and the Cracker Barrel shop would be very interesting. Interesting is a good word. Just unique. I don't know, like that. Denny's always has the hasn't been cleaned in since it opened smell. Which I mean, I understand this is factually accurate, but it's just I don't know. I have a hard time with Denny's. The Denny's across the street from the park, and I've only been once. But there's an IHOP down the way, and I've been twice. Not that's exactly a great record, but it's fair enough. Don't you go for kebab or what's the standard 3 a.m. go? because I've got my list of things that I definitely want to do when when I'm over there. So I absolutely want a full English at some point, and uh, my wife quit her job at Denny's after 2 days because there are roaches cooking flour on her. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, also welcome. That does not surprise me whatsoever, unfortunately. Ugh, gross. It's yeah, that really doesn't surprise me. I do enjoy reading the health reviews at different places here. I've definitely eaten at some places that have been less than sketch. There was one place in Orlando that got written up for like 30 something health code violations the last time around. It was all over the news. Funny. But so my my UK which is, I will try the black pudding. Just why not? I'll try everything once. I want to do a full English. I feel like I got to do fish and chips at some point, even though I'm not a huge fish person. Um, I want to do a kebab somewhere. I want to do I don't know. I don't really care about bangers and mash. Or feels like that's more Scottish, isn't it? Getting my regions wrong. Nobody, interestingly enough, nobody has mentioned Waffle House yet, as far as that goes, and Waffle House is just awful. But to be fair, I also got really, really bad food poisoning from a Waffle House. So yeah, Waffle House not the biggest fan. I always say because Waffle House is a Georgia thing, and I went to school in Atlanta. You always would say if you wanted to screw around with somebody from out of town, you tell them to go to Peachtree Street, hang a left, and drive till you see the Waffle House. Because there's 17 streets that have Peachtree in the name in Atlanta, and there was what 60 something Waffle Houses I think just in the metro area. I don't even is Friendly still going? Like I know there was one on International Drive for a while down here because that was a Pennsylvania thing. They were everywhere in Pennsylvania, um, but I hadn't seen them. And the problem with Friendlies is that you're always in for a marathon because it's gonna take like European time wait times to get any of your food. Um, which you're well, I shouldn't say European. That's generalizing. It's like going to a French restaurant because you're gonna sit there for like 2 hours. Um, it's not great. Thanks, Dejanesi. I appreciate it. I know I've mostly spent time building just this and talking about food, but I am pretty happy how this thing turned out. If this is your first time here in the stream, by the way, it's usually not all talk about food. I'm just hungry, I guess. Even though I had a good lunch, but usually we talk about parks and things like that. But today it's food. Stream today. Okay. Um, I'm lingering here because I don't want to move on because I don't know what to do next. We are. Belgium want to stay away from Waffle House. Yeah, probably. Wouldn't recommend the waffles just in general. Alright. Okay, so we did the crossing there. Let's. I'm not a huge fan of how a lot of this has turned out as far as this slope and everything. I wonder if there's a better way to do that. Yeah, I'm happy. I think we've done all good things so far this stream as far as build goes, and that's usually not where my head is. Lately, at least when we've been done with this, I like the brick. I think that worked really well, and I like the wood. I think that works. Yeah, it might be time to get the teacups set up. Because I don't think we're gonna move them. Does anybody have any objections to where the teacups are as far as just overall placement and everything. I think it's a good spot for it. I'm pretty happy with where it sits. I don't see any reason why not. Where's the roadway line? I know I have them. Linears are. We'll find it. Roadway line. No. Wasn't. Oh, pathway road line. Is that like the only one I didn't click on? Okay. That. This. This. Mention. That. Pay for this. And bring people down in here, they're just going to start to get lost. Like, I really need to connect this across at some point, which I don't quite want to do yet, but feels like I need to get to that point. That'll be a nice kind of monumentous moment once we get to there. I have to get rebuilt sometime. I don't like the look of it. I think it's the fact that it's more or less a miniature, that we have a full-size door and then this like full 1x2 building here. I think that's the issue. If we made it look more like a miniature the whole way around, I think it'd be alright. Anyway. We also need to do something with the top of this tower. Although I will say, the observation tower does a much better job with its little engine house up here than the roto drop does. That one's a little too kind of chunky and weird. Okay, I'm gonna do, because we did cobblestone here for our queues up this way, and we got to figure out what our queue is here. So the question is, with the teacups, do we want to set them up where it automatically resets itself, or do we just want to screw around with it in with Ride Manager? The only issue with Ride Manager is that once you set it and go, then you can't reset it without having to just re-splice the whole thing. That probably makes the most sense, though. We'll look at it that way. Okay, so first question. Which way does the teacups spin? Clock rides, teacups. Okay. Counterclockwise? Let's find out. Clock rides, teacup. Alright, so the actual unit appears to spin clockwise, although the rings spin anti-clockwise. Interesting if they have a secondary one off of the ring. Huh. Long. Okay. All right. So we'll go with clockwise. Does this go clockwise? It does. Great. So we have. We'll check all these clockwise, clockwise, clockwise. Yeah. All right. Kind of thinking I might end up getting rid of this fence here for a low one of these rock walls and see if we can put some of these spikes on top of it. We have the spikes. I don't think we have them on the diagonal. I feel like that would not look half bad. And it keeps us from having one less fence type. Also feels kind of Boston there, I don't know. Which one did you operate? Was it a mock or whose ups were they? Then we can actually continue that across. Alright, piece we do. Very nice. Okay, so we'll do that, and then we can put a nice little archway here or something. And I feel like the queue probably wants to be covered. Extreme by Tivoli. I don't know Tivoli. As far as, I mean, I guess there's no. Is it one of the Alton Towers ones? I'll have to look it up. I don't necessarily know my flat rides as well as I maybe ought to. The problem, Fred, that I have with the teacups being covered on this is that the ride is huge compared to the other stuff that I have here, and my worry is that it's gonna be too big of a roof if I have to cover a 5x5 space. Probably spin the other way around, which is less. We'll see. One way. So my worry is that if I have essentially a roof that is a full 5x5 tiles, that it's gonna look. I understand from a realism view, but you gotta balance it some ways, and consider Southern California or wherever, where you have Alice in Wonderland, or not Alice in Wonderland, well, I guess it is, the Teacups at Disney, and that one is just fine. But I don't know. It looks large to me, but I guess maybe not. I wonder if we can do it with. I wonder if we can do it with like an open top, or I don't know, something. Because we did this nice and tall here, and it doesn't look awful as a 4x4. So what's a 5x5 if we added more to it? Only challenge that I run into. And hey, Backrack, welcome. How's Vegas? Only consideration, and you guys can tell me what you think about this. Let's say our roof is here. That's even a little bit low. Now we block the pathway visually. We want to make sure that it looks somewhat continuous. Is that now too tight? Because we're going to block the pathway on this side too. That may be too tall anyway. So what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should probably go one lower. That. And right now, I'm just dropping blocks right now, just not paying a whole lot of attention to anything. So that's the question then too, is do we, if the pathway feels covered or claustrophobic, do we bump the whole thing kind of this way and make 3 wide path on either side and then bring the teacups closer to the water and extend or widen up the pathway so then we can do the covering? It does feel like you make a good point, Fred, that from a realism standpoint, pretty much every teacups is there, is covered. So the question would be, do we move it and cover it? I think there are two questions. Do we move it and cover it, or do we uncover it? So, I mean, hang on. Let me see if I can do this. With me here, we're learning to be a professional streamer. Do like a poll. Poll. Question. Did it work? Ah, cool. There's the poll now. Neat. All right. Do we vote? Do we move it and cover it, or do we leave it uncovered and we just cover our queue and we can put a trellis or something over it where it's open, so it's still covered but not actually covered, not rain protected. But wanted to figure out how to do polls for a little while, so I got that. All right, so we got 1 vote for uncovered, 2 votes for uncovered. Democracy in action. So it's probably located in New England. So it's probably located in an area that would be somewhat cold / somewhat rainy. But it's not to say that we couldn't uncovered. Kind of shifting it back to the river. So it won't take much to shift it. Why don't we do this before we make the choice? Since we don't want to. Nothing in this park is moving fast. So let's just move it and see if we like it or not, and then we'll go from there. All right. So get rid of all this. Lower that. What I do want to do with this, just to help from the fact that it will somewhat annoy me if this doesn't line up nicely with pathway anymore, is have some kind of like a demising wall here, and then have the other pathway here right up alongside, and then we can have seats that face inwards, so you can actually like look at your family on the teacups. The only thing we're not doing here is million text from a group text. thing. Speaking of food, I got a text from my friend. It was Jelly Belly jelly beans, Krispy Kreme flavored, so they're like donuts flavored, I guess. Granted, I'm not a huge fan of just jelly beans in general because they never taste like the thing, but that sounds really gross. You don't know how you do a glazed blueberry cake donut jelly bean. Anyway, I digress. Okay. Uh, Man, I hate to say it, it actually does look nice. Like with just the extra breathing room feels right. And if we put this fence here, put another one right here, then probably may not even need to turn the corner. Leave it like that. I think it's the right move. I think it is the right. That's so now we should be able to take want benches or do we want there was well, I guess these are a little larger, so they fit better. I'm gonna say it would be nice to have benches that sat a little closer to edge of the tile. What kind of trash cans are we using? Or have we been using them at all? Okay. 1K BGT. Okay. Alright, so good work everybody on this one. And this was a nice group effort of deciding we were going to do one thing and then doing completely the opposite thing. But in the end, that worked out. Well done. All right, so now we're back to the do we cover or not. You missed me going to the bathroom and then moving the thing. So we did move it closer to the thing. And to clarify, I went to the bathroom off stream. So which TOS. We moved the whole thing over, and now we're trying to figure out do we cover or not. Oh, I built this bridge, and we talked about food for like 2 hours. Hey, Mathematics 38, welcome. Yeah, I think without the covering, the relocation looks better. The question is, do we cover it or not? I'm doing all right. How about yourself? We've had a couple of weeks of either non-standard or not sticking to the usual Scream schedule, but I don't know. Which one? You play RCT3 or you play Planet Coaster or Architect? We do Parkitect here too on Thursdays. Ah, okay, RCT3, great. I could never get into RCT3. You know, it's one of those ones that I just never really hit for me. Um, always like the look of this and the open RCT, the open source version that we've got now, just really is so nice. There's just so much you can do with it. But I get you. No, the ride on stuff is cool. That's why I kind of keep no limits installed and things like that for those bits. But I hear you. That could be fun. All right, so we are in the process of building a Teacups. We've got a uh, ballpark so far. My park does not have a haunted house yet, but it ought to, because um, we have our vaguely haunted area, our Salem, Massachusetts area, but we never did stick a haunted house in there. And it feels like for at least a park like this, there ought to be an old school haunted house. Um, and like the more that I think about it, the more that feels like a miss. There isn't one. I'm just really happy with how the area turned out. So I I don't know. I haven't squared that away yet. Oh, this guy from the Troika? Um, I don't think I do, but it's the condo ride on the ground. Yeah, you're right. It's the condo ride on the ground with 3 circles rather than 4. It's pretty much set up the same way. So we need to decide if we're going to. Yeah, definitely. So you can definitely with some of the hacking stuff that we're doing these days, you can do a water park in RCT2. Some of the other stuff can be a little more challenging. I mean, the the zoo stuff you can do too. You just don't have the animal component with it. But RCT3 is very versatile. I just don't necessarily like the look of the game. Oh yeah, Rainbow. So the one thing you need for a Rainbow that we don't have right now is a custom vehicle, and maybe that's something Space Cake can build for us at some point. But um, the best option at the moment is with the river rafts of all things. Um, Mostly because they don't pitch. So every other ride, when you go up on a slope, it pitches. But if you build the river raft, yeah, Zara is the one who did it. And basically, what they ended up doing is, um, let's see here, grab this one. So basically, they built 2 rides. Well, they split the ride. They built next to each other. Do I not have the? I picked the wrong one. I did Hyper Twister. We want. Go connect that. So what they basically did, what Zara did, is take the river rafts, split them up, and put one vehicle on this circle and one vehicle on this circle, lined up side by side, so they sit basically one tile off from each other but next to each other. And then when you put the dummy track down below and it's powered, so you're always going to have the same motion throughout. You weight the bottom one so it's heavier. They're both going to go up at the same time and then back down. So you're basically, rather than facing outwards like you sit in a rainbow, you're going basically in line with the ride, but it's just up and down the whole way around. So that's how it's done. I have not done a tutorial for it, but that is a good suggestion. I should ask Space K if you can make me a train for that. he can make us a train, then or just a vehicle in general, then that would be very useful. Like an outward-facing tier of seats with like that's the exact width of a tile. Enos may be able to build us one too. All right, so I'm not sure if I want to do the wood or not, but what I'm thinking about here is we've got the brick, we've got the whatever this texture is, and then we've got the wood. And we don't really have any other textures so far, and I'm not entirely sure I want any more because I don't think we don't want to go overboard on textures. Bring this one to the top. Oh, you do have okay. Yeah, RCT1 is definitely a classic, and you still find a number of people who play it. But you know, two is where the biggest community kind of seems to lie at this point, and I think that's Open RCT definitely reinvented things for everybody. Hey, Alvinwood, welcome. How is your evening? I suppose it's evening. And then if we do this, this, on top. Yeah, they're pretty tough. I meant to do a video for it. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, but I'll hopefully do those at some point. I gotcha. Yeah, OpenRCT is great just because of the things that it can open up for. Open up. It does really help the overall experience of the game. All right. So now let's this. Actually, that does help us. Now we can better center this statue or whatever it is we're gonna do here. We could even just put it off to the side now and have it. Don't hate that. But that now sits a little better with open space around it. See what the are. I do wish that the queue wasn't quite as narrow on entrance, but we can play with that. There might be some other options there that we can work with. I don't think I did anything for what we might do. We've got these wrought iron pieces here. I might see about placing those with these just so that I can do the diagonal here, or see if we can get this one as a quarter tile diagonal piece, because that would make a big difference here for lining this whole thing. All right, so now we're back to where we started initially. Do we cover this thing or not? So do we cover the teacups? So let's set an example again. We want to do massing just to see how big it's going to be. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at minimum before we start the. Let's get something we can see. 1, 2, 3. What did we do for the carousel? Because this was quite a bit larger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, actually not a whole lot larger. So because the steepness of the roof is not going to obscure anything further. So That's what it would cover. We get to that point. Or if we go one higher, get that much more. The fact that we'll be able to see it to the side, because this building will stay no larger than this. You can see it here. It obscures both there, but I don't think it's that bad. And this side, it doesn't really bother me. So we zoom out. It would easily be the largest roof area so far. But not awfully so. If we... I do kind of like the 7 height, only because it will let us see more of the teacups underneath. Alright, so Fred's for the cover. Anybody else? I think I am too. I think I am too at this point. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do it. Alright. Let's see what Boston has to offer as far as covered pavilions go. I'd like to do something kind of seems like it ought to be iron and glass and kind of something. A favorite ride in the game? That's a tough one. I mean, coasters are my thing, so it's got to be a coaster. I find the wooden coaster to be just the most versatile, just to be able to kind of do all the things you wanted to do. But I don't know. Reflection glasses. Yeah, I need to sort that out. What? You can angle it a little bit, but two big screens are here. I need to see because I know brightness can kill it. Um, um, so I have the ring light somewhere. The problem is when I have the ring light on, then it's just like two big circles in my eyes of light, and it looks stupid. Mostly, I just need to operate without glasses, but then I'm blind. But yeah, the B&Ms are just super versatile and the ability to do so much with it. But I just the classicness of a wooden coaster here just really, I don't know, the beefiness of the structure. It has a very nostalgic part of the game for me. I mean, just having played this from the day that RCT1 came out, it definitely has that nostalgia factor to me. Such a nice looking ride. That dual right there. One onto the brakes while one onto the left. Perfect. Love it. Love it, love it. Alright, we're stalling here. Right, so we know we're gonna put a canopy over it, but it's not gonna prevent us from doing the teacups. Let's go ahead and do the teacup. So we're gonna get one of these. Exactly, I love a good GCI. I'm curious to see how Wickerman will be over there. One of those GCIs that I feel like everybody forgets about. I feel like in general it was a very forgettable addition, but it looks fun, and I haven't met a GCI yet that I didn't like. They are tough to do in game, yeah. I feel like CCIs and PTCs are the easiest wooden coasters to do in the game. CCIs especially because they had such kind of just straightforward layouts. Okay. animal hair of some kind. All right, next question. Do we do the queue? Queue goes along the water, right? I figure everybody's good with that. So the entrance is over here by the covered bridge, or do we want the entrance on this side? Feels like the entrance ought to be by the covered bridge, which would mean that our actual in and out of the ride is here. I guess I don't see why we would do anything else. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-ish pieces of queue. Of course, whichever way we go isn't gonna matter, but by the bridge and out into the square. You got it. That makes sense. All right, so we want everybody to queue up into unless you have the enter exit right by the bridge. It'll be one on either side, so we'll have enter by one side and exit on the other, and then it'll just kind of come through and connect. Of course, we could. No, I'm good with it by the one side there, because I was gonna say we can do it like Disney has theirs, and there's like exits all around the ride where you just push and go. But I kind of like having it all around the centralized operating booth. But go with that. That's a clever idea. Color code your queues by ride intensity. Guess that. I remember when, I think it was Loopy Landscapes when they first introduced the multiple color queue. Either that or Corkscrew Follies, but that was a big deal back then. All right, let us put a. Okay, so we need to split this into 4 pieces. And just hold on, let me save real quick and let's go look at the original. Real. Nope, not that one. Teacups. All right, so this is how the original Teacups is set, and all this colored track here, the red and the blue, the yellow, all that becomes invisible later. And basically the ride is set up so that you can close it whenever you want. Hang on. Enable all the cheat. Let's go. Okay. 9 cars per train. So the idea is that the ride will start out, and then we need to send one underneath. That's our control. And then we have 8 other ones that we're going to send for send around, and it'll basically split up. We have 4 rings of track up top, and unlike Teacups where they all roll around and then they have the secondary rotation, we can't do that in the game yet. But we basically just have 4 fixed loops that we run these through, and they intertwine together. But the idea here is that, and this was developed, gosh, 6+ years ago, before the track ride editor was a thing. So the idea is that you use a splitting piece, so it splits up everything. Splits it up into all kind of 9 parts. And then the idea, because before you couldn't move things around slightly like you would do in the ride editor, is be able to put it back in some kind of reasonable situation here. So the idea here is we can see them all coming together. Is we have our one here in the bottom, so this guy's our control. So now all 8 of these are going to come together and be properly spaced, which is halfway each one is halfway around the ring of seats from the other one. So there's 2, 2. Then these guys are coming in. And there we are. So now they're all set and they just kind of do their thing. And, you know, even though we don't have the double rotation, it still looks fine. And then you just take this guy and crank him up to 12 miles an hour or whatever. And there we go. Teacups. A little fast. Still less. And still fast for teacups. But yeah, that's how you used to do it. I think we're gonna look at some other options here. Or back to our park. I drank that whole. We'll finish it off. Okay. So we put our entrance and exit. Hey, Nick, man. Is there a plugin which allows you to copy track pieces? I would assume New Scenery Manager lets you do that. Yeah, it appears to. So yeah, track pieces are an option to copy. So Sadrat's New Scenery Manager lets you do it. Copying pieces doesn't copy the ride vehicle. So you manually split it because then you can reset it whenever you want. Let's. That is going backwards. So just thinking through kind of our access to. All right. Up and out of the way here as soon as we can. Because that didn't exist back when that was figured out. That was figured out 6 plus years ago. And the thing is, it doesn't take hours and hours because now that it's figured out, you just copy and paste it. Same exact design every time for, you know, the whole forever. But we're gonna do something a little bit different here, and then we'll adjust it with the ride thing. I mean, the thing is that I could go through and just copy what was done before, but we're going to use the Edit Ride Vehicles plugin to copy what was. Yeah, you just didn't have the setup that I had put together, because now that the setup is there, it's a lot easier, just overall. All right, so spinning Teacups coaster is what we wanted. All right. All right, spinning Teacups coaster. Boat hire. Yeah, I think it will. I think really what we needed to get to is just the point where we could feel like this whole space is better developed, and I think we're there now. That's helpful. We don't want 9 cars. We want 1 train of 9 cars. Difference. There we go. All right. So, thought process here, just in general, to keep this clean, and I say that mostly just for my own sanity of the whole thing, is I want to take this train of 9 vehicles and I want to split it up into 5 parks. I want to split 1 off and do its own thing. 2 and 3 4 and 5, 6 and 7, and 8 and 9 kind of go off and do their own things. And then once I can get them onto the ring, then we can go ahead and just use the edit ride vehicles plugin and then get them to the home locations. So let's look at what we can do here. And we can probably just put this in. I was gonna say put it in shuttle mode, but we will avoid shuttle mode at least. But all right, let's test this up and see where we land. Speaking of maze, I wonder if we ought to. Oh. Oops. Boat hire, not anything powered. We're at 4 miles per hour. Probably need to slow that down a little bit further, but that's okay. Pause it there for a minute. So 2 reasons why I didn't lay this out differently. First reason is these Teacup vehicles that I'm using are a different shape than or different track spacing than the Virginia Real cars. So the splitting hack doesn't end up working the same because it just doesn't line up quite right. And 2, I'm going to use the edit ride vehicles one to actually split them better once they're on the there we go. Once they're on the actual ring of seats or ring of space, I don't know. Once they're here, we're gonna go ahead um, and just use the edit ride vehicles because it'll just be faster. Hey, look at that! Thanks, Alvinwood. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gift sub to Things on Tracks. Things on Tracks, welcome. Thank you for hanging around and for being the sub today. So fantastic. All right, good luck on your layout. Hope it turns out great. I'm sure whatever you come up with, it will be looking fine. All right, so we want to split this one. We'll probably do this piece here as the split. Okay. That may split 3 ways. We push this just a little further, I think we'd probably be okay. And then we're gonna experiment. This is part of the whole process for this is just how all these things turn out. This is the development part of a shoestring where it's just trial and error. Get it right. But once again, OpenRCT coming through as the real MVP because we can now increase and decrease the speed of the game. That helps. All right, so now we're just going to see where these split. Fully aware that they're not splitting accurately at the moment. All right, so I have a third one here, 2, and then 3 in the back. All right, so split this out here. think this. Find out. Again, let's go out and see. That's actually not too far off. 3 here, we push this one up a little more. Really, if we push the whole thing up a bit, we'll be fine. Let's get this at 5 miles an hour and see what that does. We're going to adjust the chain speed to push it forward a little, just slightly faster. Not that fast. So we want to slow. We want to go to between 4 and 5 miles an hour. So we're going to add just a little bit of track here. Slow it down. It's a very finicky process, but hey, there it is. Look at that. So 2, 2, 2, 2, and 1. So there we go. Now we've got exactly what we need. Okay. So that's settled. Now we need to do the somewhat painful process of getting this thing merged in correctly. So there's a couple ways about this. You can, how do I explain this? So we're going forwards, right? And then we're going to reverse and we're going to split up. We can back our way all the way into these loops and go backwards into the loops and then kind of rework it forwards again, and then they just go back, like exit forwards or continue on forwards. Or we can go ahead and reroute them forwards here and then just merge them straight in, which is easier overall and kind of which way I'm leaning towards at the moment, just because I don't want to make this any more difficult than it has to be. So I think maybe that's the way that we're gonna go just yet. Oh, interesting. I couldn't tell you anything about research because I haven't used the research functionality in like 15 years. We just have all the rides we want when we want them, and if we need to take more, then we'll do that. But again, we also don't play for peep goals, or I don't really care what these peeps care about. I will make them care about what I need to. I will adjust the stats of my rides to make sure that we'll get a full queue and things like that. But this is less about the game and more about the art of the game, I suppose. All right, so we're gonna merge our way into this. So we will reverse all of these bits. Let's drop back. All right, so we'll back up here, and then we'll go forward again, and then we'll back out the way we. So the way that you do a reverse merge in RCT2 is basically you build your exit and your entrance. So, lousy job to explain. You build your exit first, and then your entrance second. So no matter which way you're turning, whether it's forwards to backwards or backwards to forwards, you always build the thing that your train travels on second on the way out first, and then you build the second one second. So we're gonna build this so that basically that'll rock its way back. Okay. I don't quite know how long that's going to be, but basically what we want to do is we're going to split all these out this way, reverse it, and then go back that way, and then I guess lower down when we do it. This doesn't seem the easier way. Maybe not. I don't know. It may not be. We're gonna get there. Make it work. Mostly now I'm just trying to avoid having to have this run on the bottom level. Doing that thing now where I'm thinking about something else and trying to concentrate, and then when I speak, it just doesn't work. So, ground level, I'm trying to avoid keeping the ride pieces on there, but I guess it really doesn't matter. So, let's, alright, so there's 1, 2, 3, alright. Pull back the first bits. 1, need any of this, but build it, and then we'll get rid of what's unnecessary. Let's see how well it reverses now. I forgot about that. A 4-mile-per-hour brake there so we don't actually screw that up. Yeah, from a scenario play standpoint, you really never needed more than a couple of coasters. Not quite like Parkitect, where it just absolutely pays off to build as many coasters as you can, just because they're the huge money makers. For this park, we're going to build probably 7 coasters. Although I think all of our flat rides pretty nearly are going to be custom flats, so we won't have to worry so much about the whole thing. Okay, so there we go. And we'll turn back the other way, and then these should all dip down, and so should him. Okay. So we didn't need any of these slopes, so we can get rid of that. And there's no reason why we're getting rid of this beyond just this is convenient. And less track hanging out that I might accidentally run through later on. Okay, since we are going clockwise, go ahead and this one into that one. This one into that one. And I'm worried about crossing the station track there because we might accidentally merge that. So we'll let's just do. Oh, the observation tower. Yeah, we put in one of those here the other one of the playthroughs ago. That one. All right, so we got 3 of the 4. this 4 of the 4. All right, so theoretically those are all 4 merged now. And then we've got our down below, which we will run onto a dummy track down here. Which, let's get another one of these guys. So we're gonna 45, we'll go 15. What do we have the other one set at? These were set at only 30 down below. I guess there's really no need to go any further. And we're already at 35 down there, so let's just go ahead and do that. We'll just go with 30. All right. As we said before, as long as the dummy track is how long your ride is. So if you want a longer ride, you make the dummy track longer. And the nice thing is, since it's a separate track, we can adjust this after the ride is already open, and it won't be a big issue. We're also going to work on some other things here that will help the functionality of this. Let's also put in some brakes here. We want to go 4 miles per hour and then pull back because we want a realistic slowdown sequence. So we'll do 2 at 4 miles per hour. We'll do 1 at 9. 2 at 9. We'll do a 13 because we're not going to be at 13, I don't think. But then we'll just do 2 coasting tracks and then put the chain lift back on. Okay. We do have to drop this down 1 more. Brakes, merged. Okay. Last thing that we're going to do here is actually come through and let's save this real quick. All right. Actually gonna look at Y in here a minute here. Once again, the nice thing about OpenRCT2 being that we only have a certain we have much more opportunity for rides now to work with. Like as far as max rides in the game, we don't need to be too cautious about using too many rides, which is the reason that we're going to do this. All right. So let's go boat hire mode. Spinning. Are you looking at? There you go. Spinning teacups. There we go. All right. We want 1 car, 9 cars per train. 5 mile per hour lift. All right. Theoretically, this should all work now. We're about to find out. Goal here is to get car 1 onto the green track and get the other cars split up into 2s and onto the rings. Then we can do the rest of it once we get to that point. Theoretically. Let's see. Forest Frontiers is a classic. That's always a fun scenario. The kind of quintessential starter bit. All right. Now, all those should dip down. All these should merge here without too much trouble. All right. So now they should all be on their own thing now, doing their own Okay, so all four of these should be on separate rings, which they are. Be nothing surprising here, which there isn't. Cool. All right, that's good. So now we need to clean this up a little bit, and then we can adjust. So our main ride, we will give our name. Then we'll have the other ones here. What are we using for our nomenclature? Z slash. Z slash because it puts it at the bottom of your rides list. Because I usually just use slash and then it puts it at the top, which is just a nice gameplay thing. Anyway, Z slash Teacups split. Then we have Z slash Teacups ring track. And we have Z slash Teacups dummy track. All right. Name them something actual useful that you'll be able to understand, because the minute you don't is the minute that you're going to have forever a difficulty finding a ride that you made invisible forever ago and you named something stupid and now you can't find it again. From experience. Just don't do that. We did our little hedge maze up here, our see how many people we could cram into the maze, although we didn't ever really play too hard with that. The fact that you can now in Open RCT do 255 people per maze, like I really want to cram a maze into that, do 255 people into a maze at some point. All right, so first things first, Teacup split. This is going to go away, so we're going to turn that into Crooked House. Then our track here we're going to leave just because it's going to be useful. The next thing is this track here. So the this track here we're going to go ahead and turn into our single rail track. So maybe, or what we did before on this. I think if I did this suspended or ones. We can figure that out later for sure. Right now, we'll go ahead to one of the things when you make things invisible, you often have the issue of the ride settling. So, like, as an example here, as we're moving along. Hi, dog. God. Lily. People are watching. She's excited today. Up from her nap is what she did. Good? You good, puppy? Alright. A lot to say. Alright, so anyway, example, if we get rid of this to Crooked House, you can see how they all just sunk down. We don't want that. We want to avoid that. So we're going to use one of the unknown rides here. I think unknown 38. Yeah, we'll get Dog Cam whenever she comes in here. She's just excitedly wandering at the moment. Oh, I see. As soon as she comes in, we'll do that. All right, so we're gonna get the unknown ride 38, so they don't sink down. Now let's go ahead and connect up a queue, because okay. There we go. Per hour. Oh, there's your issue, Fred. Remember we ran all the pathway down in there? It's not connecting across automatically, so we have to go in here and reconnect. Confirm this is do it. work. That one connected up on its own. Interesting. All right, well, let's that could be a big issue. Could be. Let's find out first. Let's isn't any of this connected? Okay. Oh yeah, that's because we ran the piece on there. We could relatively easily get rid of that, I think, but we'll cross that bridge when we do it. All right. Okay. So let's do this real quick. Footpath next up here. This footpath will connect here. This footpath will connect here. One is there, 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 there. Okay, so we're good on the guest regular path now. Let's make this invisible. Okay. All right, Fred. Well, have a great time. Have a good evening. Hopefully, we're not too far from finishing this one up. But yeah, have a good night, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. Connect those two. These two. These two. Those two. All right. Theoretically, it's connected now, even though we're still not centered. But let's actually get some guests on this so we can see if they can ride it. If they can, then great, and it's not an issue any longer. If they can't, then we're gonna need to adjust those. Oh, maybe. Oh, that's. Also be a good look at how the guests get on with our bridge here. Nice. All right, let's open this up. Ah, look at that! It did automatically generate the sign, so that's good news. That there it is. There we go. We got our person. I'm gonna clip just slightly through that, but good. That's not good. Why is that person wandering that way? The path. There we go. Okay. Now it worked correctly. Hey, Marcel. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How's everybody doing today? What's going on? Thank you for the raid. What were you building on today? Get in there first. It'll be the first one, right? Welcome, everybody. My name is Brad Andrelczyk. I'm a real-life theme park designer who likes to play RCT and Parktect and shows how to build realism in the game. So, welcome. Welcome in. If this is your first time here, which it probably isn't, because this is not our first Marcel raid, thankfully. we've been working on this little park here for a little while, and we are getting there, working through some things. So we've been working on our Boston Harbor area here. This is sort of a colonial America themed park. But yeah, we're getting there ever so slowly. Certainly it takes a little while. Although that Dense Diamond Heights Park is taking you a little while, it sounds like. I'll have to check and see how things are going there. And yeah, thank you for all those follows, everybody. Raw Sizer for that. Giraffa and Lan Drag. Oh, I can't pronounce that right. And then Skyline as well. So thank you guys. So we are we built today a little covered bridge here as the entrance to our Boston Harbor area, and then now we're building a Teacups, which we were doing a little bit of proof of concept here before we actually spread the thing out. So you can see all of our Teacups are kind of jumbled up a little bit better yet. Too many Welsh streamers. Well, I will be in Wales in June. I just booked a trip to the UK for a theme park, so we're coming over to Oakwood for a little while. So I will at least be able to immerse myself in the Welsh and learn how many things I just can't pronounce. We'll see how that one goes. But yeah, and thanks also Tyflo for that follow. So yeah, I'm excited for Oakwood. Megaphobia excites me just because I've been trying to ride all of the CCI wooden coasters, and that's one of the last ones I got to do. We're there at some point. All right. So what I'm trying to do right now is basically get get this set up so we've got a dual or teacups with the teacups split up at reasonable lengths. Thanks so much. I should probably bone up on a little bit of Welsh before I go over there. We'll only be there for a little bit, but as part of the whole UK trip. But I'm excited to see it, how it goes. Oh, and thanks Magnus and Anderson for that follow as well. So it is maybe a little bit. So we where's the split track? Teacup split. So we're making a custom teacups. We just split it apart with this little pack here that we're working on. So now we're going to use the very handy dandy Edit Ride Vehicles plugin from Basile for this ride. So this is a great plugin here. It lets you adjust, among other things, adjust ride spacing. So we've got a couple of different vehicles here, so we can use this track progress, and actually you can see here we're pushing that bottom one beyond. So it's very cool as far as that goes. So basically what I want to do is get all these kind of on the outside right now. And get this moved along. So we're going to move this in sets of 10. Let's push this one around. Yeah, honestly, so the Scenery Manager plugin is cool too. If you haven't played with that one, you should absolutely play with that one. And in general, most people are going to find that more useful, but for me, the Rides plugin is just absolutely top tier and so useful. Rid of our butts here. Make this visible first. Mini roller coaster. Entrance. There we go. 7. Progress. 8. Progress. And right now I'm just pushing them all to the side so I can clean this up a little bit and make it a little bit easier to see what I'm doing. The idea is that we want to have each one of our four vehicles kind of here in the center of these 4 different rings, and then we want the other one on the opposite side of that whatever opposing ring we've got. So let's go back to number 2 and move him to the crossing point on the ring. All that right on the crossing point. Now we're going to skip this one. And let's... The original one didn't have this to step it up to 10, 1, or 100 there, and this is much, much easier. All right, so we're good there. Skip again. Up to 10. Down to 1 to fine tune it. And we'll skip to there. And then we'll skip more. Looks kind of spot on already. Right. Okay. Don't worry, it's one of those things that it's once you figure it out, it's relatively easy to copy and paste across, which is why I do my tutorials. So if you're interested in this kind of thing, if you want to do your own custom RCT rides and all that, on my YouTube channel, I have the hacking tutorial playlist that tells you how to do links. There we go. If you go to my YouTube channel there, you can find hacking tutorials for like 23 different rides. I think I ended up at. There's more to come. I need to record them. I just haven't had time. But once I get there, we can you can see more options and more opportunities of how to do this kind of thing. All right, so now we're nearly there. So let's load this up, and then we'll adjust this just a little further on. Here's everybody walking on, loading up. What I want to do now is stop that right there. And now what I want to do is go through and mark these. So I want them to be right at the opposite side. So we can see here that this one is right more or less right. Let it go too far. These four should come back and be exactly right there. They are. So now I want this guy here, which is going to be number 3. Track number 3. What I want to do here is actually just go through and let's make it a little more visible. All right, I'm not sure which one this is. Let's find out. Not this one. 5, not this one. Into the outside 2. 7. This one either. This one is probably one of the more complicated hacks, but it's not too bad once you kind of get to figuring out kind of the little nuances of it. But all right, let's move this. Here we go. All right, so these two are aligned, so they are opposite sides of that one section there. Now, if we look at this guy, all right, Mark, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you next time around. Thursday, hopefully. Yeah, you're right, Nick, man. This is much, much, much easier than it used to be. When I first developed this, this hack 6-7 years ago, it was very, very difficult to do this, and it was really just not a great way to set it up. All right, so there we go. That one is opposite of this piece now. All that. All right. this. This one. 5. That's almost there, and then track progress. Better. Okay. Good on that one, so that's 3 of 4. Now we'll do our last one here. For 3, 10. Come along nearly there on the middle point. Down to the 1. There we go. I'm not, but Ostavra is absolutely incredible. He has some just absolutely incredible hacks. I've learned a ton from him, and he does some pretty incredible hacks. Yeah, so actually, he's the one that I saw this from initially, and then I basically figured out how to rebuild it kind of from that, and kind of did it in my own way, and that's what this one is kind of developed from. So that's really where I learned this initially around from him. He's absolutely fantastic. All right, so there we go. Now it's lined up properly, so we can increase the speed of everything to match slightly better. Yeah, no, he's fantastic. He's done some pretty cool stuff on New Element. He actually just did a small park on DKMP. And they placed 5th, I think. So it's a very nice little entry. But he did some very cool rides. There's a coaster that he did. It's like a swamp theme, and I can't even remember what it's called, but it's just absolutely fantastic. One of my absolute favorite builds. But very cool. Yeah, you know, it's funny if folks are with, you know, the New Element folks. Of course, I know because that's really kind of my home base. A lot of the old folks from RCT2.com back when that was a thing, I still know or recognize. And then, you know, DKMP or some of the other servers or Discord servers, I've started to recognize more than I used to. But yeah, it's, you know, you find the people who kind of know what they're doing with all the different stuff, and you get to that point. But let's jump real quick, because for anybody from your story who kind of didn't see how these were initially set up, let me go back to my hacking tutorial back when I first did this one. So the way that this was set up initially was this. So this is if you want to do this with no custom scenery. So I was using custom teacup rides. So if you want to do this with your own Virginia real cars, then you can actually follow my tutorial for this on YouTube, and I can provide a layout with this. So basically all this red and blue spaghetti does is set up this and space all the cars properly to get around our little teacups here. So this gray track in a big oval down below is our control track. So here's the basics of shoestringing if you've never done this before. And shoestringing is just the fancy word in RCT speak for a custom ride that involves splitting the train apart. So basically we're going to take a 9-car train and we're going to pull one car off of that, the front car. We're going to send the front car down below, down underground, which here it's visible, so that's the oval track, and that controls the rest of the ride. So basically we've got an oval track that's chain lift all the way around, and then we're going to have 8 other cars, and those are going to go around the 4 separate rings here, 2 on each ring, and they're going to be set halfway around each of the rings, so that way they don't intersect with each other as it wraps around. Because we didn't always have the vehicle editor thing that I've been using, you used to have to do this manually with, you know, reversing and forwarding the trains, and that's what this does, and that's what this spaghetti is all about. So basically what I'm doing here is we've got our 9-car Virginia Reel here moving along, and we're gonna take it up to this the splitting matrix here. I like to call this a splitting tree. and we're going to basically reverse the ride into splitting into a couple parts, and then we're going to make it go forward again and split apart again. So that's the idea anyway, as to how we're doing this one. Oh, hey, Space Amanda, welcome. How you doing today? Back from the barn, or were you working today? It was kind of actually sunny now today. It was gross yesterday out here, really rainy. But so anyway, here's where we're gonna split. So it's gonna reverse here, and all this is gonna split apart into its various bits and pieces. And now we're gonna reverse it again. We're gonna reverse forward, and it'll split into individual ones now. So now we got to put it all back together. So that's what all this is from, and this is just hours and hours of trial and error to getting all this back together. So our bottom one here is going to go down here and park, and now it's going to take off again. And now it's moving along, so it's actually moving pretty slow. We can increase the speed here just to happen faster. So now all these are going to come back together. The wrong one. This one. So now we can kind of see here as these are all coming together. They all came together just like that. So now here we go. We're all set. And then you just make the whole thing invisible, and then you have this. And it looks like, when you're all said and done, like this. Ooh, dyeing your hair, something other than what you had now? Very different, or close to the same? You can hear the dog in the background. Crazy. Lily, what are you doing? Chill. Chill out, dog. But yeah, that's the basics of how this goes, and then you just put it on here, make it go a little faster, and then you have a custom Teacups ride that does its thing. That is how we have it set up. All right, so let's go back. And yeah, exactly. The Nickman, the edit ride vehicles plugin allows us to do it perfect now, so you can do it to the pixel, which is more of what we want to do than we had before. So now we have our Boston Tea Party, ha ha ha, jokes, Colonial Boston thing here. As far as tracks go, so I have the single rail track this is actually running on, but it's a little bit thicker than our suspended monorail. So if we look at the suspended monorail here, then we look at the single rail, RMC rail. I have it. We look at the single rail. Single rail. Single rail is lower, but the suspended is just slightly taller and narrower, which is kind of what I like. Is when you bring it up and you put land, if you put scenery around it, it looks slightly better. Maybe. Now I'm rethinking that. Let's go ahead and just get rid of all these supports, and then we can see how it looks. The funny thing is that we've spent, I don't know, the past 2 hours doing this, and now we're gonna hide it with a nice big canopy over top of it, but that's okay. So far today, we've been going for nearly 3 hours. We have built this bridge and this Teacups. That's it. So if you're looking to get into custom scenery and you want to be, you know, at the detail level of this kind of thing, unless you're just really fast at building, which to be fair, I am not, that's what you're signing up for. So let's we make this first piece of queue invisible. That gets rid of the scrolling sign because I just don't like the look of a scrolling sign. So we'll leave that alone. But anyway, yeah, it's not exactly super accessible as far as, you know, casual user picking it up and doing it. Because like for me, you look at this. This is stream 33 of Andrelczyk Amusement Academy. We've been doing this since like 26 maybe. So we're actually, this is probably like the 10th stream here, and we go about 4 hours at a time. So we're probably about 40 hours into this park, and this is all we've got, which is maybe maybe not the best. I mean, for me that seems all right. Like I feel like that's pretty good. A park of this size of this whole thing would typically take me anywhere from 2 to 3 real life years. Since I'm streaming it and we're talking through things and we get distracted on things, it's probably going to take slightly longer. So we're going to try and keep pushing through a little faster if we can. Um, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, Alvin, what didn't you miss is raid? That's on the wooden coaster. I don't even pay attention to the stats, but let's see. 771, 799, and 464. Not awful. We may hack up the or change the intensity here a little bit later on that one just to help smooth that over. So now we have a couple of custom rides. So we've got our custom teacups here. We've got the custom carousel underneath of here with a custom horse base that Kino's built for us. Kino's from New Element does a lot of custom rides. I think he's also known as Real Steel on DKMP and some other servers. But he and I were on a head-to-head team on New Element contest together, and he built this great horse ride for kind of set up for carousels. It has a base on it and everything too. It's a little glitchy, but not awful, and it lets you recolor all the horses individually and everything else, which is just really nice on the whole. I think looks quite good. So let's just kind of pick a couple of different things. So this is Paul Revere's ride, since we're going for that whole colonial thing. And then we also have over here a Troika, Hus Troika, which is basically done kind of the same sort of way. I mean, it's a variation of the Teacups hack that we just did, just same sort of deal. But certainly it's very nicely here together. Okay, so now that we've finished this, we need to figure out what the canopy is going to look like. We're in Boston, of course. It's colonial Boston, so you need to think about: is this a wrought iron and some glass, or is this a kind of post and steel? What is the whole thing look like? So we are going to do our little bit of detail here on the posts and columns. Oh, just a little bit. I want to put these on the outside corner, because if this is going to have columns on it, then we're going to have 1, 2 on each of the corners, which is fine, or the diagonals, I guess you could call them. And then it's going to depend how we want to do the middle portion. We can do just one in the center, although that's going to kind of screw up our overall spacing of things. Not quite sure if I like that or not. Oh, thank you, Funsworth, for that follow. Welcome in. You're doing all right. I mean, this is already somewhat screwing up what I have going because it's not quite lined up the same way I have the rest lined up, but I don't know if I want to do it in the queue yet. I think I do. Yeah, why not? Why not? All right, so this is set up here. We probably want to go ahead and put a do not cross sign here. That way we can keep this as like our loose article storage area. Then we can get here, and then let's make that banner invisible. Loose article bins over here. Grab these boys. What want the operator booth to be somewhere around there. So let's actually think through that a little bit. Article bins may go there, and then we gotta figure our right operator booth, we'll call this a little stand-in for it, is gonna kind of sit here-ish, perhaps. Yeah, we'll keep that there. And then the attendant will also kind of hang back here as well. One of the things that we need to consider as far as just the overall design goes for this, if we're going to be building this realistically, is when we do our checks, in a lot of cases, you're going to have a secondary operator checkpoint somewhere. So we'll probably have like a button over here that the operator has to go push every time he checks the ride. So that way ensures that he's at least walked across the space. So that's something we can consider. See if we make these the darker gray. There we go. That kind of disappears. Better. We do, and well, I'm thinking about it. Up these just a little bit, speed-wise. 9 miles per hour. That's too fast. Getting whipped around from there. That's a little much. A little much. Okay. 8. Stick with 8. Alright. Still kind of getting whipped around, but that's fine. Have a good time. Let's also look at those. It's funny that that's the thing that you're hung up on, is the manually spacing part, because that honestly was the easiest part of the whole thing, is just kind of marking on the track where you needed to go to and then just moving it there. The rest of it was the complicated part. Let's do dark blue. I feel like that's more Asian tea set than it is English tea set, but all right. Different ride vehicles, then we'll make the bottom different per. We can't do. I am not the language-oriented person currently, as I fumble along with my words. That's very interesting that we can't do it per train. If I do roller coaster. Huh. That's interesting. I would have thought there would have been an option for all that. I wonder what's triggering that. If it's just these cars or if it's different. Very curious. Yeah, I miss Robbie. He hasn't been around for a while, has he? Okay. I wasn't planning to bring guests down into the space just yet, but it is kind of nice to have them actually using the thing so we can see what's going on. Really don't like the guests standing in here watching this. What I'll probably do is let's make this banner visible again. Delete it. The new banner out here. If you have invisible path, this is a trick that I've seen people ask before, what's going on. So like if you have an invisible path, which is what these are, so this is all this brick is scenery, then we're just building invisible over top of it. If you want to put anything on that actual path, you have to make visible the path markings and then click on the height marker. So you can see now I can place something here, whereas if the height marker is not there, I can't place it. So that's the trick for anybody who is interested in that and does not know how to do it. Okay. Banner made. visible, so now that'll solve people from looking stupid as we walk across there. I don't have this wrought iron fencing on the diagonal yet. That'll be an ask for Extreme, I think. Extreme 97, who is the world-class object maker. All right. So as far as a canopy goes, this is what we did over here for our Paul Revere thing. So I guess. But I don't know if we go this way or if we do something else, because it is quite a good deal larger than our other one. What I do like about this is that we don't have too much continuous roof, because if we zoom out for a minute and we just look at this overall, like from an artistic standpoint, we don't have a whole lot of continuous roof area. We've got, you know, our 4x4 here. We've got a number of buildings, like our station building for the Salem wooden coaster is 3 by probably 6 plus a couple of bits on the side. Our probably the biggest thing here is our Star Fort, which is 4x4 plus 1 on each corner. So this will be by far the biggest, well, not by far, but this will be the biggest structure that we've done without anything breaking it up. But what we've done to break these other ones up, you know, this one's got 2 different roofs on it, so it looks like 2 buildings. This one's got a flat bit on top. This one's got the steeple and these dormers. This one in the back is just kind of hidden in general. And then our continuous facade, little, what do I want? Word. Shop, marketplace, one of those. That's all broken up too. So we need to sort out what the best option is here, for one. And then also, how do we connect up to it? Part of me that wishes we could do like a half diagonal something with this, but I don't think we can. There's also a part of me that wants to use the shake shingles here and then just as like a facade around it and then do a flat roof, but I don't think that's gonna work. We probably want to do some kind of like a little pergola element and then something else in the middle. Got half diagonals. If we did anything in the middle, it would need to be a 4-tile piece or come in quarter tile options because we don't have anything else to work with. We do have Liam's roof here, which we could do. Problem is, I don't know if we want to do this texture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, no, we do have the ability to just do the one piece here. Problem is, this roof looks quite ugly in general, but so we have the ability to do like a cupola on top, and if we color it right, it might be all right. Problem is, I don't want to do anything real crazy color-wise. Brown is probably not it because it's brown, but I don't know what the color wants to be. Probably not black because we've done that elsewhere. This dark gray I like the look of, but it, like for details and stuff, but it always looks like it's just a thing in a video game that hasn't been unlocked yet. So I don't know if I want to go that way. So you got your Vacoma layout? Nice. How'd it turn out? Gonna be a winner? Right? Yeah, it looks it doesn't look like a natural game color. Now for me that's way too bright. Oh, that's good. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I really don't want to go with black, but it might the way that we go. Uh, the biggest benefit of using this piece here is we now don't have to have a it doesn't look quite as blocky on the overall design, but it also looks kind of funky from the rest of it. We will have to get rid of the structures and everything else. I think I like this. I think I like the shape of it. I do think I like the shape, but I'm not sure I like the color, and I'm not sure how we're going to go around detail wise. Curious to know what does everybody think? Do we like the structure? I forgot. I was gonna lower this. It is a problem I find with the English palette, which is what this color palette is for our map, that on occasion it can look a little droll, dark, pleasant, but be a better one. Glass could absolutely work, so that's one of the thoughts too. Is do we do some glass? The challenge being that if we want to do this kind of roof structure, which has an angle that you just can't get in the game with standard scenery pieces, then we're kind of out of luck as far as that goes. We could do glass in certain segments, like you could come through here and we can, oops, we can do glass sort of in the middle like this, but I kind of think that looks, not that we're going to stick with blue, but I feel like this looks almost worse than not doing it. So you mean just layer the roof a little bit? Yeah, it's a possibility. I'm trying to figure out what makes sense. For one, that excuse me, we're in Boston, so theoretically, it's it should be some kind of relatively built up structure. What we could do is go flat around the outside, and then once we're into the inside, which would be a 3x3 space, go up and have like an actual roof kind of thing. Hey, Mr. Unit, welcome. Thank you very much. What I'm kind of curious to look at here is image search right now, just looking at, type in Teacups ride. Unfortunately, every image is of Disney's. Try Europa Parks. Oh, nice. Yeah, that'd be great to see you jump on that Nemesis Inferno there. And there's thing is that I know I have these myself, but elsewhere. But we're looking at. Let's try. Fort Aventura's was Chinese, I believe. Theirs was like a green type structure. Aventura is a great park. Or what Fantasia lands look like. So theirs kind of did the same thing that we did for the carousel, where it has a lower roof, then it has like a clear story window, then it has an upper roof. Not sure countable. Not not the most appropriate, but still kind of clever. I also appreciate the old like drunken barrels type teacups. That's kind of like a structure with. Oh, their new one. Okay, so this has got like a flat structure sticking out. Got an angled structure coming up from it. It does look really good. I love the floor, the different colors. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. All right. Well, let's think about this. You're right, Mr. Is actually just build something and see what sticks. Um, and I'm very bad at that. I like to kind of hem and haw on construction, and sometimes it takes a while, which is why these parks often take me multiple years to build. But it's definitely a consideration to say just build it and then see what happens. So while I did like the shape of this, I didn't necessarily like the texture. I don't quite like that tile roof, and I don't know if I like the I don't know if I like the overall look of things. Okay. Yeah, it's I have a very hard time sometimes actually. Here's our dude here clipping through, taking pictures of our invisible coaster over here. Which, you know, you can use that to your advantage at times, because we actually use that over here. We have a little blacksmith shop here. So we have our well, it's a silversmith, because so backstory, since we're doing colonial US, so this is the like little Paul Revere area for Paul Revere's ride. So we have our carousel here, Paul Revere's ride. And then, excuse me, he was a silversmith in his actual day trade. So we have his house, which is kind of based on his actual house in Boston. And then in the back, we have a little silversmith area where you can kind of sit and watch and that kind of stuff. We buried a ring of track right here. Well, I think it's just on top of the path and everything, but we just left it there. Which, if you send enough people through, they will sit and they will watch the ride getting built, and they'll stand there and look at it and take pictures of it. Which, because it's invisible, it just looks like they're looking at the silversmith here, taking pictures of him. So there we go. You can see this guy here watching. It'll say here, dog. We got this guy, Sean R. We named the ride Silverwares, so you can say watching construction of Silverwares. So it's a nice little way to activate this otherwise static scenery piece, which I thought was kind of clever. So it's like, too, if you want to add some just kind of further depth to your parks, if you have waterfalls or coastline or things like that, put a put a water slide underneath of it, or a rapids ride or something with a bunch of little mini drops all the way up and down the whole thing, and then run a ton of cars, like as many cars as you can get on there, and it will give you that with the drop sound. It will give you that overall sound of like rushing water. Cave dog? Chilled out? Chilled out? I would try and show the dog, but I'm sure she's going to move as soon as I move the camera. Oh, no, there's... There she goes. Comes back, we'll... The idea was to have, when I got the camera initially, was to also have like a dog cam, but to settle. Well, fun. Anyway, but I wonder. Convincing B&M dive splash. I'm sure somebody will make that work. I'm sure it's possible to do. It would probably end up being a custom ride that somebody would make, or that has those splash sprites as part of the thing. I would imagine it's possible to some extent. I just don't know how you would do it. But I don't. That's not my area of expertise by any means. You're right. You're right, Sox. It definitely feels like we want to do that. And the question is, do we want to do it as a flat roof and then the kind of clear story space and then the angled roof? Or do we want to do it as two sets of sloped roof? Done that. I think one of our excuse me. One of our earlier versions of the carousel, I believe, did that. The thing that I find somewhat annoying in general is with the grid system as it is. Ideally, you want this to be an octagon, as long as it can be an octagon. So the further up it goes, the better. Problem is 1, 2 here, 1, 2 here. We're only down by 1, and now we're in a square. So we're in a 3x3 square. So we just got rid of the octagon in one tier, which means that now we have a square roof on top of an octagon roof. Looks a little silly. So that's the question. as to how do you avoid that. what's the best way to get around it? And that I don't have the answer from yet, but that's kind of why I'm debating on this whole flat roof plus something else. We use metal anywhere yet? Used metal back of house. We've used wood. We were to build this as a 2x. We can always build it like this. And then you fill in and then we'll have some kind of like a facade around the outside of it and then rise up a little bit into the middle. But not my cup of tea. Not feeling right. All right. Then, pun completely intended. Absolutely, 100%. We went all the way in for it. Get rid of this. This. All right. Let's build what we can do. Build what we know. We've already done a little bit of this work for you. This is going to be flower beds here, I guess, because we'll be right up against the water. Seems like we have a really great opportunity for some kind of an icon tree right here on the corner. Hey, Lunaville Tuna. What about Ship Harbor? Yeah, kind of. So, we're in the process of building Boston Harbor as in general, as in kind of this space here. We just need to actually fill it out some more. So one of these days, we're gonna actually have to get around to doing that on stream. Is what is all the junk that's in the harbor here? So are we gonna do like wrecked ships, or are we gonna do actual ships, or what are we gonna broken ships that the boats go through, or what that is? And then this ship right here is going to be a this ship right here is going to be a larger ship that you can tour. And it's probably going to get a little bit longer, and I'm definitely going to rip it off from a park that I've seen before. One of the it's Disney's Fairy Tale Kingdom from Head to Head 8, I guess. But that will be another day as well. What am I looking for? Oh, trees. Trees. I think we like the idea of the Weeping Willow for the space. There we go. Yeah, Chicken of the Sea. You get the classic Disney there too, as the Chicken of the Sea little restaurant there. They were sponsored by Arcus for a little while, I believe. Okay. I will get red on these. Areas along our coastline here. This will help with the coloration issue that we were looking at earlier as to the space didn't feel super colorful. We do some red flowers, and well, some flowers and just bushes in general. I like the purple. We did red and pink. Reorder this so that this one hides behind. Go. Order this guy so he hides behind, and then both of these. Oh, did I even... can't hide behind something that doesn't exist. Go. Now it exists. Oops. Oh. So what I'm looking at here is our entrance feels lost. It feels like kind of off here to the side that you could walk past it without ever knowing that it's an entrance. Now certainly we have our ride restricted sign and we have some other stuff that will stick in there, but it feels to me like we need to that setup look at this kind of setup where take space, build it across like this. Challenge here being trying to hide all because we don't have quarter tile pieces of this brick. I don't think we might. Promise, I don't even know what this would start to be called. There are quarter bricks of that variety, of the later one. Darker one have. This would be very convenient. Once again, that's the later one. Ah, huh? Brick path. Also the raised option and a curved option. Oh, look at that. Take the curved one just in case we need that for anything. I'm not sure why we would, but I'll have to find it. There's the curved one. Gotta be somewhere in here. Search function would be very, very, very welcome. especially now that we can select thousands of objects. Like, if I go away from this park for a while and I come back to it, there is absolutely no way that I'll be able to find any of these objects once I get too many of them selected. Ah, there it is. Stream paths. First of all, let's get brick here and wood here. Our path objects. There we go. Nice. That sits really well, actually, I think. And it kind of narrows down the queue in just the right spot, so kind of alright with that in general. And then we'll build some sort of archway, perhaps, or something. Over here, we do need a height stick, and we need the ride restricted sign. We'll put the ride sign here. And we'll put the height stick in front of it. These are typically accompanied rides, so we'll do 2 height in green, and then we'll do the bottom one in yellow so you can accompany a child onto this ride, but you can't have them ride alone. Sounds sound, I would think. So this is called fence wrought iron. I think they meant wrought iron, but quarter fence wrought iron. So we do have the quarter, we just don't have the diagonal yet. Better than nothing. And Extreme already did that one, so I'll take it. Come on. Interesting downside to that one is how much darker it looks compared to the wall piece. Quite a bit darker. That should be true. We might actually get away with that though. Let's see. We're gonna slap a piece on the front of that, and it looks all right. Look at that. Nice. So okay, so our deselect gray ends up looking closer to the other ones than this does. All right, and then if we reorder it, we can have the ride sign show up on top. We'll just need to order a order like he's a menu. If Extreme would be so kind as to allow us to request another piece. Actually, this is the one that's more important, so that you can see the sign over it here. Because if we're looking this way, we have to remember that whenever we get around to figuring out what it's going to look like, our roof piece is going to go here. So it's generally going to get blocked, which is fine. And then I did want, we'll probably have to do something else if we can get these benches as scenery pieces, because I wanted to split this up and then have the benches on the inside kind of facing towards the teacups, that you could like watch your friends, you know, play and or ride the teacups. But It would be cool if there was something too that we could stick in the center of this. Excuse me. Like a teacup for it. Very least, I'm sure that we can center column here. All right, let's figure out what this is going to be as far as ride operator booth. It didn't occur to me at the time that I should have left the center space open so that I could have all that, the booth and the bins and all the other stuff. But, Oh, I just realized I did orange and yellow over here. Probably do the same color flowers planter. Gray, orange, and yellow. Alright, making some progress. The pieces there. This. Alright, so the guests are going to kind of squeeze through there, and that's going to look a little funky. They're not awful. I suppose we could open it up if we really needed to. It wouldn't hurt to do so. Nice little line for the ride. Can't be helped that they walk through the center there. If we had offset, once again, another reason why moving the entrance would have been a nice idea, off to the one side, because that would let us get a booth in there and everything. I really don't want to do it, but I've just picked out 2 reasons why that should be redone. Absolutely. 2 reasons why, and they're both good reasons. In a park that's going to take collectively over a year to build, why would we not take the time and fix this to what I know is right? God, I hate this game sometimes. Alright, let's do it. Save first, just so we don't regret it later. Save. Alright. Teacups, unknown ride, mini coaster. Close it up. May not actually take as long to do. Iron. I think it's already there. 2 goes away. I just delete. I didn't delete a piece of track. No, to screw that up, maybe. All right, so it did reset properly our queue. Good. All right. This is the right thing to do, and this will help make it look better when we're done. And that sucks sometimes to go through the process for it. But for those who weren't here earlier, you can watch the thing split apart. Right. So then this is the only downside here, is that now we've got to this again. But on the whole, could be worse. Be raining. Boston team. Move all these to the outside. One, and then vehicle 9. All right. These lined up. Vehicle 2. Fairly accurate. Back there. Yeah, there we go. 3. Not number 3. Number 4. Track progress. 6. Track 8. All right, so that's half of them done. Now, like we did the last time here, we're gonna go with loading these up. I want to get these aligned now. So edit ride vehicles 3. Be somewhere in the middle here. Okay. Number 5. That's pretty nearly lined up too. Not awful, actually. This is relatively good news as far as aligning this goes. And seven is more or less where it should be. Equal 9. Right there too. Theoretically now it should all be lined up looking good. We are. They use a vehicle editor. If you're interested, or that is one use of vehicle editor. On to all right. So there we have it. How we do it, and now we have the benefit of this whole thing. Makes a lot more sense. All right. So this now allows us to come in here with a little loose articles area. Those bins from right, put them kind of right back where they were before. And then out gate. Actually, I kind of like the fact that occasionally guests will look out there. Now, granted, when you go around here, they're going to go through it. We can probably block that. But on this side, it looks like they're retrieving their things from the bin. That is kind of fun. I like that. Oh, and you mean in here where... Yeah, I don't know. It seems like that would be something doable, but I'm sure there are bigger priorities and bigger fish to fry at the moment. All right, Beckrich, thanks for stopping by and for hanging out. Even while you're out in Vegas, there, go to Circus Circus, ride that coaster. You know how it is. If you get to Magic Mountain, then definitely let. Are you gonna apply for a position with the Open RCT devs, like man? Grab bread. Yeah, it's true, and then it just depends if they, yeah, if they accept it or not. Grab some glass somewhere if I can find it. Oh man, a truck. That's not quite what you're looking for, but well, if you get there, great. If not, definitely at least stop by Circus Circus and ride the El Loco and the Aero Coaster there. That'll be something. Oh, very nice. The station for your thing already? It's not bad. We'll have to take a look at that and see what's going on. Yeah, I think it definitely looks like there's some pretty cool stuff going on. I think they're forward to seeing some more screenshots of that, and I'm sure if you send it my way at some point, I can provide some comments here on it after the stream. So you know. Want the I thought I had a wood piece here, but maybe I don't. Hmm. All I really need is one side to work from. I don't really want to use the wood piece here. What do we use on this? Okay, just okay. That's fine. Deal with that. Same sort of bits here. Base of this, and then I'm just going to go ahead and take up the whole thing. And that'll just stack on top of the that'll just stack underneath the awning canopy. Because if we have our awning at 1, 2, 6, you know, we could come down and cover even just that, or go up to 7, which we might do. Or actually just a lower slope. It would probably make sense to have either a lower slope or flat on the go. And we said earlier about having a secondary operator button. Color green. Him over here. Oops, that's the wrong way around. Please. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So I think we're getting pretty close here. Oh, and thank you, Lunabella Tuna, for that follow. Thanks for hanging out. I think we're getting close. But it's a very flattering image of her, but she's kind of walked there on the floor. Maybe next time she'll actually sit on the couch, which is where I hoped that she could. Alright, so looking back then, let's... So today we managed to finally get our bridge done. Need to fill in this landscaping here. Feels like we want to do something different, perhaps. Maybe this fence goes closer up to the... I don't know. To be determined. So did that, and then we got our teacups pushed backwards a little bit, which I was a little skeptical about, but you know, I think this is a better spot than where it was sitting originally. Yeah, our streams are not fast moving here, but I try and bring what I do in real life to the stream and just kind of talk about why we do things, how we do, and all of that kind of thing, which hopefully adds a little bit of interest to an otherwise somewhat mundane stream. But anyway, thanks for hanging out. Always good to have new faces. Yeah, definitely. You're right, Belgian guy. That that our statue, which is currently represented by yellow square here, is absolutely much wider, much more open. I was feeling a little claustrophobic before with the way that it sat in there, and this kind of overarching thing that we spent 4 hours trying to do here is why we don't start building here on this one, even though I could build a kick-ass flying coaster right now, and I would love to. But I don't want to do that because I know full well that what I've blocked out here is just a general block out and mark out, and it very well could be as we get into the Boston area here further and develop it out that that this kicks out, and I guarantee you it will. Like our Native American area is probably going to be like out here when we're all said and done, but I try and only build connected things so that by the time we get to them, we can scale everything correctly so that we can, push it in certain ways, and we don't end up getting ourselves caught in a section where we have put something in and it just doesn't line up. But we look at our, I think we can get rid of our Boston Harbor tip, but we just have this as just kind of generically marked at the moment. But the train's gonna move, really everything's gonna get adjusted, because we know the big rock area here is the dark ride, and we need to get to that at some point here. But before we can get to that, I think we need to do a couple things. So this green bit here that I've kind of had marked out for a little while is like the meeting house that you would see in a lot of old etchings of colonial Boston, and it's sort of a house with not a house, it's more like a kind of a 3-story rectangular building with pathway on all 4 sides. And the more that I look at it, the less I think that makes sense. Like, it seems to me like maybe we just do it on 3 sides, and then we have sort of an alleyway on both sides, so it kind of looks like it's 4-sided, but it maybe isn't. And then we just tie it back to a larger facade of buildings on either side. We have our gap here for the pathway out to the Native American area, and then our colonial harbor just kind of grows from there. So that may be what we do. Not 100% yet. I do still need to sort that out, but this is our big plaza space, and we need to make it feel plaza-like. It needs to feel like it's got some kind of presence there that we can do something with. And whereas we have our piece here, what we might do here is like a larger in-path setup, and we might put some fountains or something in there we can maybe make this a splash pad or something like that, just to give ourselves a bit of interest. That would also mean that the dark ride get kicked backwards this way, which I'm totally fine with. I think it's okay. excuse me, and then our little building here, building, um, adds. Oh, we need to get the architecture done for that. Add a couple of these, and then also do our splash battle entrance, which we already have kind of one piece here, which is the maintenance bay for it, and would not take a whole lot, I don't think, for us to do more of it. Well, but yeah, we'll see what we can do. Realize too, the log flume here has all the supports still visible. That'll be a task for another day, I think, is to get in and do all that. Would love to see a would love to see a good splash battle boat, and that may be a Space K or ask at some point. But you guys are too kind. Just out here building because it's fun. So we determined. I think we made the right call for yeah, there is one. I just don't like it. It just doesn't. It's too tall, and it doesn't fit the shape that I really want it to fit into. So man, in the day, hasn't it? It would be nice if it could be a little bit smaller, maybe sideways sitting boat. Because I think trying to see if we did it, and I thought we did. Good house. Oh. Um. Yeah, so the splash battle boats are these guys, which, I mean, they work. It's just, I would prefer to have the ones that are more like sideways sitting. And I don't know, it might not be possible with the peep scale in general. But I don't know, these felt a little just not correct. So I'm sure we can come up with something at least for that, but who knows? Oh, and thank you, Give Me Blast Beats, for your follow as well, for hanging out. All right. Being as we're here right now, I think it'd be time to wrap up for this. Oh. What we're gonna do next time is hopefully, all contingent of all those things, hopefully we will build ourselves a roof over this building. We'll get something we like and sort that out. I'd kind of like to get some good references for this building and this building so that we can do those, or do this, or we're really being challenged here, do both of them, and try and connect these paths across, and then kind of build outwards and settle this in. If we can get this harbor sorted out as a whole, then I think we can build outwards and be a lot happier with how all of this is situated. We're getting there ever so slowly, but we're making some good progress. And hey, look at that! Thank you for one more gifted sub there to Tengro, Olvenwood. So thank you once again for the gifted sub. That's 5 gifted sub. Look at that. Thank you so much. But yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. So as far as our schedule goes, it's been a little rocky here lately, but I think we're back onto a somewhat more reasonable, reliable schedule here, as far as I can tell, the next couple of weeks. Thursdays we stream Parkitect, so that's Thursdays around 8 o'clock Eastern time. Although this last Thursday I started earlier and it actually worked pretty well. So we might do that and start earlier. And then Sundays is our RCT day. Usually 2 p.m. on Eastern time on Sundays. I'll put the link to the Discord channel here in chat, because that's where you can find all the updates and everything about when I go live. And then I guess too, rather than just putting that, I'll put links in here. So I post pretty much all that I do here to my YouTube channel. It's been a little bit up and down here lately because I just haven't had a chance to do that. So I'm gonna get some videos recorded and also process some of these streams that we've been doing just to catch up and get everything uploaded. So definitely check out the YouTube channel as well. But yeah, so well, you know, I told you, I did tell you that the first new video coming up is going to be the review of that contest, the wooden coaster contest. So I will need to do that one here shortly, but we'll get there as well. But one of these times. Oh, and thank you, Adam Nashe, for that follow as well. So hopefully we will see you all back here next Sunday or next Thursday if you're interested in Parkitect. In the meantime, come hang out on Discord and join the community. So until next time, thank you all very much for watching, and have a great day. Bye now. See you guys.